find himself lost. He will wonder why his devotion is not returned, why his sacrifices are not appreciated, why his endless efforts to please are met with indifference. But admiration is not given to the man who orbits another. It is given to the man who stands in his own gravity, who moves with purpose, who does not place his value in the hands of anyone else. A man who makes a woman his priority over his own growth is a man who has already failed. He is not respected because he does not respect himself. He is not desired because he does not desire more for himself. He is not admired because admiration is not given to those who abandon their own purpose in pursuit of approval. A man who seeks fulfillment through another has nothing of his own to offer. He is empty, waiting to be filled, desperate to be completed by someone who can sense his lack of substance. Women do not admire men who follow. They admire men who lead. They are drawn to the man who does not need permission to chase his ambitions, who does not hesitate in the face of resistance, who does not soften his edges for the sake of approval. A man who bends, who adjusts, who alters his own nature to accommodate the expectations of others is a man who loses himself. And a man who is lost will never be seen as strong. A man must build himself before he can build a relationship. A man who does not know where he is going cannot lead. A man who does not have a vision cannot inspire. A man who does not stand firm in his purpose cannot be relied upon. Women may seek companionship, but they do not long for a man who clings to them for direction. They do not admire the man who places them at the center of his existence while his own life remains unfulfilled. A man who chases women instead of success will always end up with neither. He places his time, his energy, his emotions into something that does not provide the foundation for his own greatness. He becomes dependent, waiting for affection, longing for validation, structuring his choices around the fleeting approval of another. But a man who builds, who creates, who moves forward with relentless drive does not need to chase. He attracts. And attraction is never given to the man who has abandoned his own path. The world does not respect those who beg for attention. It does not reward those who sacrifice their own ambitions in the hope of being chosen. It does not elevate those who make others their purpose instead of carving out their own. A man must be something before he can expect to be wanted. He must carry the weight of his own potential, must forge himself into something undeniable, must create value before he demands recognition. A man who is driven is a man who is noticed. He is not seeking approval because he does not need it. He does not compromise his time for trivial distractions because he understands the cost. He does not lose himself in pursuit of another because he knows that his path is his own, that his journey is what defines him, that his value is built in what he creates, not in how much he is liked. A man who builds is a man who commands respect, because respect is given to those who make themselves undeniable. When a man centers his world around a woman, he becomes smaller. He makes himself secondary. He trades his own ambitions for the comfort of being needed, of being accepted, of being someone's choice. But a man who is chosen only because he is available is not truly wanted. He is convenient, not captivating. He is tolerated, not admired. He is there, but he is not essential. And a man who is not essential is a man who will always be forgotten. A man must establish his mission before he seeks companionship. He must know who he is, what he is willing to fight for, what he refuses to compromise on. He must have a foundation that is unshakable, a sense of self that does not waver with the shifting expectations of others. If he does not, he will always be adjusting, always be following, always be shaping himself to fit the mold of what someone else desires. And in doing so, he will never be truly seen. A man who leads his own life is a man who commands attention. He does not plead for it. He does not shape himself to be more likable. He does not abandon his own priorities to fit into the life of another. He is driven by something greater than approval. He is fueled by something deeper than the need to be wanted. He moves with purpose, and purpose is what separates those who are admired from those who are ignored. A weak man believes that love is given to those who give the most. A strong man understands that love is drawn to those who need it the least. The man who is independent, who is self-sufficient, who is complete in his own ambition, is the man who never lacks admiration. He does not seek validation, and in doing so he receives it. He does not beg for attention, and in doing so he commands it. He is not desperate for approval, and in doing so he earns respect without asking for it. A man who is obsessed with seeking affection loses the very qualities that make him attractive. He softens, he hesitates, he becomes fearful of risk, of challenge, of pushing against what is expected of him. He does not want to upset. He does not want to offend. He does not want to stand alone. But standing alone is what makes a man powerful. It is what sets him apart. It is what makes him irreplaceable. A man who fears standing apart will always be overlooked. There is no strength in neediness. There is no power in dependence. There is no admiration for the man who structures his life around another while neglecting his own. A man who builds his world upon the presence of someone else is a man who will crumble when that presence is gone. And nothing is more unattractive than a man who cannot stand on his own. A man who dedicates himself to his mission does not have to seek admiration. He earns it through his actions, through his accomplishments, through his unwavering commitment to something greater than himself. He does not lose himself in the pursuit of others. He does not surrender his time for meaningless distractions. He does not trade his ambition for the fleeting comfort of acceptance. He is relentless. And that relentlessness is what makes him stand apart. A man who leads will always be respected more than a man who follows. A man who builds will always be admired more than a man who waits. A man who stands on his own will always be desired more than a man who needs someone to complete him. Women do not long for the man who is available. They long for the man who is exceptional. And exceptional men do not chase, do not plead, do not bend. They rise, they conquer, they create, and the world follows. A man who lives for approval will never be respected. A man who seeks validation will never be admired. A man who abandons his own mission in pursuit of acceptance will never be truly desired. Strength is not given, it is built. Respect is not begged for, it is commanded. Admiration is not granted to those who wait, it is earned by those who act. Women are not drawn to men who exist to serve them. They are drawn to men who stand firm, who lead with confidence, who refuse to compromise their own purpose for the sake of fleeting affection. The man who follows is forgotten.
Right now.
The man who pleases is overlooked. The man who chases is dismissed. But the man who builds, who creates, who rises despite opposition, that man is remembered, that man is respected, that man is irreplaceable. Do not be the man who waits for permission. Do not be the man who softens himself for the comfort of others. Do not be the man who sacrifices his own potential for the illusion of security. Be the man who builds himself first. Be the man who stands alone if necessary. Be the man who leads with conviction, who embraces challenge, who does not need to be chosen because he chooses himself.
North Carolina.
So instead, they go the non-flirty, safe route and ruin it all. And when this happens, the woman that you're talking to starts to close up her V very quickly, right? And the other V closes up as well, if you know what I mean. So what if I told you I have a formula you can use every time that your mind goes blank?
North Carolina from Maine.
Several different jobs at once here. I'm gonna go ahead and remove the rear wheel and take the swing arm out because I'm gonna put the Boyd Cottington, the little aluminum swing arm in this bike with a performance machine brake and a built 18-inch rear wheel. In order to get easy access to the swing arm pivot and a bunch of the other hardware I have to address, to remove it, I'm gonna remove pipes, and the pipes are going by anyhow. I'm gonna put the West Coast Choppers helmet pipes on it. So I'll take these behind long shots off of it first and get them out of the way. Then I can really start taking it back into the bike apart. I'm gonna go ahead and get the seat out of the way too, just because I'm sick of looking at it. Since I'm working on a late 90s motorcycle and a 90s guy, I busted out my good tools, my Jesse James West Coast Choppers Mag tools. I don't use them all the time, but on something like this, it just feels right.
Yeah, shit get boring. You called me. It's nice to have a little company, someone to talk some shit every once in a while, you know? Listen to some, little conversation, stop in when you need to chat, and keep it moving.
My old snap-on battery-powered impact is getting kind of tired over the years, so I'm going to try this new Ingersoll Rand 20-volt impact that I just picked up.
Always working, always moving, man.
Except in here, a Boyd Coddington mill aluminum
Gotta
swing
get what you
arm.
want, right?
I kept this off of my Fat Boy.
It don't matter what time it is or what's going on, shit gotta get done, baby.
1999 Fat Boy. They're just so hard to find. I doubt I'd find another one, so I kept it. And it's time to get it up in here. Because I'm going for a 3/4 ID bearing to a 1-inch ID
I
bearing,
can tell you good people.
the centering ring on the hub is big. Your Harley-Davidson Softail pulley has a 2-inch center hole in the pulley. The wheels I'm using have a 2.2-inch center hole, so I have to put it in the lathe and enlarge this hole to 2.2 inches. I got the rear wheel all set up with the brake center in the caliper. I got to bleed the rear brake, but I'm also changing the forward controls on the bike. So when I do that, I got to change the brake line because the brake line is the right length. Do a whole host of other things that have to happen to get all that done, so I can put the exhaust pipes back on it. So right now I'm going to take the rear brake line off the bike and take the foot control off the bike and get to the foot control on it so that I can get all this stuff done. Like I told you at the beginning, there's kind of a bunch of things going on here at once. And I ripped through it pretty quick here with this Ingersoll impact. Makes everything pretty fast.
Hey, earlier today I was sitting on my ass eating some barbecue. I ain't have a drink yet because I had to go to work, but there's times for everything, right? If you don't got work in the middle of the night, it's time for barbecue.
Just got to bleed these rear brakes.
Liberty Mutual is all she talks about since we saved hundreds by bundling our home and auto insurance.
It's pronounced Liberty. Liberty.
Just got to bleed these rear brakes. I got everything done on the back end of the bike. The rear wheel's all in, the brakes bled. I got the foot control on the bike. I'm gonna go ahead and do the front
I
wheel
appreciate
now.
that,
This should be
man.
a lot easier because
Thanks, you have a
lot
great
easier
night.
Access to front wheel.
Keep them
On
tums
this bike
next to
without
your
having to
bed.
get inside the swing arm and the rear fender. So
When you fall asleep after you get the itis, and the heartburn kicking in. Take it easy, man. Appreciate you.
I'm going to go ahead and remove the fender from the bike for now. Like I mentioned in the first video, I'm going to make the suspension to get this fender to ride above the 23-inch wheel, but right now I'm going to get the wheel and brake back in the front end, and then I'll have to come back and make a whole nother video installment how to get that fender on this bike, because it's a lot of work. So I'm getting the front wheel set up. I got the wheel in the bike without the brake rotor because the rotor kind of just gets in the way. But I've got my floating brake bracket on. It slides on a sleeve here that I had to machine. If you want to see how I do that, hit the link below. I did it on my 95 bad boy a few years ago. And on the other side, this is a dual flange hub for dual brakes. I'll make a cover for that, but really all I have to do is machine the spacer for this side right now. Then I can put the brake rotor on this, put the brakes back on it, and then this part of the battle is done. Then I'm going to go ahead and put the Burley lowering spring kit in the springer so I can drop the front end down, because this wheel is so much taller than the 21 that was on it. So I'm getting the front wheel set up. I got the wheel in the bike without the brake rotor because the rotor kind of just gets in the way. But I've got my floating brake bracket on. It slides on a sleeve here that I had to machine. If you want to see how I do that, hit the link below. I did it on my 95 bad boy a few years ago. Then on the other side, this is a dual flange hub for dual brakes. I'll make a cover for that, but really all I have to do is machine the spacer for this side right now. Then I can put the brake rotor on this, put the brakes back on it, and this thing, and this part of the battle is done. Then I'm going to go ahead and put the Burley lowering spring kit in the springer so I can drop the front end down, because this wheel is so much taller than the 21 that was on it. Here's the Burley brand springer lowering kit. It's really kind of neat. What it is it's a shorter set of bottom springs. I know they look longer now because they're not compressed, but it's a shorter set of bottom springs. Will raise your rockers up. And it has a set of spacers that go on the top to extend the top springs. So I'll install these and show you how it's done. Show you a little trick I use to compress the springer. There's a bunch of ways to compress the springer to get the springs out of it and get the new springs in, but I'm going to use my Strongman Richard Petty floor jack to compress these springs. And all I have to do is strap the motorcycle down to the table instead of motorcycle straps so it can't lift when I jack. I'm going to crank the handle on my jack. And it compresses the springer springs for me. It's a pretty neat way. I always try and show you guys ways to do this if you want specialty tools. Well, this is a simple set of motorcycle straps and hydraulic floor jack. And now I'm going to go ahead and slowly release the pressure from the floor jack. You can see the springer is going to extend itself. Now to get the springs out, all I have to do is release the shock from the front fork leg and remove the front springer leg links down here at the bottom. Pull the front leg out. Pull these springs out, replace them with the Burley brand lowering springs.
Sleep. I told you I'm driving for another 7 hours last time I told you. Nah. I've been up. I've been resting all day waiting to get out of here. Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey to go. And I'll take a break. Take a break, go to sleep. Nice. Call it a night. Gotta go to North Carolina. I asked about that little earlier. They said they don't got one. They said they got out of here first. So. Hey, I go where the money's at, baby. Sometimes the money's at your house. Sometimes the money's there, and sometimes the money's elsewhere. You gotta fit you wherever you fit. What you grabbing on? What'd you say? Oh, yeah, it's making the smothers. Oh, the meatloaf. The loaf meat. Yeah, money. Heartburn ticking too quick. That's it. Sounds like a productive day. I love it. I love it. Huh? Yeah, that's what I'm doing tomorrow. Hitting that gym up. Yeah. What are you taking them for? Is it candy? What is it? Yeah. You said sour drops.
Again, you can see that difference from the Harley Davidson spring to the Burley brand spring. This is what drops my bad boy down on the ground. Gives me that I gotta have. Go ahead and put these bushings back on. Same way they came off. Now this unit's ready to go back into the motorcycle already. It just took me a couple minutes to change those springs once I got the front leg off the bike. This is now the rest of the Burley lower kit is these upper spring spacers. These go on the inside. And then these little saddles go right here. The stock Harley Davidson spring just goes right on top of that. But once I started, you can run the nut down. I just released the petty floor jack, let that springer extend itself, and I've got myself a lowered Harley Davidson bad boy springer. Now that I've got the springer lowered, I'm ready to get this 23-inch front wheel installed with the bike. Alright, I got the 23-inch wheel in the bike with the brake all set, or everything's all set up. Now I'm going to go ahead and change the handlebars, put the Avon heated grips on it. I got to pull all the wiring harness for the turn signals, starter button, kill button, everything that's on the handlebar controls goes through the bars right now. So what I have to do is pull the gas tanks off, pull all the wiring pins out of the bank plugs that are in between the gas tanks. I'll show you all that. And then drill the new handlebars that are going on the bike and reinstall it. It takes a while. This is several hours of work. But if you want to see all of it, go back and watch my other bad boy videos, World's Baddest Bad Boy. Links are below. And you can see exactly how I do this stuff step by step. So all the wiring through the handlebars comes through this harness and into this Deutsch plug here. So I have to take the Deutsch plug apart, pull all the wires out so I can fish it through the handlebars here. So I can fish it through these handlebars and get it into new bars I'm going to install. Here's the part number for the low-rise drag handlebars I put on here in case you like these.
Kids, we're not vegan.
For the low-rise drag handlebars like these. There's clamped between some V-blocks and the milling machine vise and the Bridgeport milling machine. I got a center cutting end mill. What I'm doing is just going back and forth and cutting a nice little channel in the bottom of the handlebars between where the riser clips are going to go so that my cables can come through. Cables right now that power the heated Avon grips, which is going to be nice for me in this cold weather. Here's all the wires for my left handlebar hand control. They're extended for the ape hangers. I'm just going to leave the extended cables on there in case I want to put higher handlebars on it at a later date, and I'll just tuck them up in between the gas tanks. See how nice and easy I'm able to feed these through here. gears out for 1.25 inch chubby handlebars. So I had to go ahead and take some frame tubing that I used to make motorcycle frames. It's 1.25 inch outside diameter, 1 inch inside diameter, and make these little sleeves to go ahead and allow me to clamp my 1 inch handlebars back in the original risers. Leave my front brakes, get all the air out of this line. Got that brake line fitting real nice and tight down in the springer. Perfect length. Tied up in there nice and neat. It's one of my peeves is when the cables and the brake lines and stuff are the wrong length and don't fit right. So really nice how this fits. I'm really winding through my list of things that I need to get done so I can jump on the bad boy and take it for a spin. Get all the handlebar stuff done now. But the one thing that isn't on the handlebars is the clutch cable. And I had to shorten the clutch cable and had to pull a side cover off to do it. Here's the old side cover. But I needed to come off anyhow because I'm running this Rolling Sands Design Clarity side cover. I don't think they make these anymore. But really cool side cover that you can see through. And it's blacked out, which I'm trying to pull as much chrome off of this bike as I can. So the more black parts I can put on it, the better. And all this stuff's gonna come off in a week or two because I'm putting the Baker 16 gear set in the bad boy. But right now, I'm just gonna get it all on so I can get the exhaust pipes on. And ride it, this engine, this 5-speed gear set. Then I'll go back and double down on this work. There's a stock cover and cable that I just removed. See, that cable was pretty torn up anyhow. The heat from the exhaust, it really cooked it. Then there's the RSD Designs Clarity cover. You can see the clutch cable inside and the mechanism that it pulls to release your clutch. Once I get the clutch lever connected to the cable, I'll go ahead and pull that lever and let you see how it operates and I can see it function well. Airbone solo seat on this thing, but the pair of airbones is looks great, so minimal, really comfortable, and really affordable. Alright, it's all tight time. I got the West Coast Choppers helmet pipes. The rear mount and balance pipes, the frame is missing. They're always missing. I've had to make a couple of them over the last few years, so I'm going to get the pipes mounted up, make that mount for it, and I'm ready to go for a ride.
Hi, I am Lillian at Herb Chambers Exotics, New England's premier source for exotic and ultra-luxury automobiles. You'll find the highest quality new and pre-owned vehicles available anywhere. We carry everything from Lamborghinis, Porsches, McLarens, and Ferraris to Mercedes-AMGs, BMW M cars, and Maseratis. So let your imagination run wild, and you just might find your dream car at herbchambersexotics.com.
So my Softail shocks already have a lowering kit on it. These are actually extended lowering kits. Usually drops to ride height by about 1 inch. But because of the Boyd Coddington swing arm, for some reason the way the Boyd Coddington swing arm is set up, with the lowering kit, the bike rides at stock height. When I had the stock swing arm on the bike, when I got it, it was actually lowered. So this lowering kit's not going to cut it. I got an adjustable lowering kit This kit you can extend for the bike as much as you want, about 2¼ inches. You can already see just where I have it set. It's already going to lower the bike because extending this is what lowers the bike. So I'm going to go ahead and install these, put these shocks back together, get them back in the bike, and then I'll have the proper stance I've been looking for. See the length on the adjustable kit versus the fixed lowering kit. This is going to allow me to get me where I need to be. So I got the fully adjustable shock links in. Now I'm just going to compress it back in a strong weight press. So you just compress the shock in the press, put this retaining ring in, release the hydraulic pressure. Done. There's just the Harley-Davidson Songtail Showa shocks. And they go up under here, under the gearbox. So it's kind of difficult to get up under here to adjust these shock links. There's not a lot of room under the bike. My dad gave me this old Nash wrench years ago. It's super short. It's got a 1-inch end on it. That's actually going to allow me to get under here and adjust these links. You can see as I adjust the link, you can see what happens to the swing arm punch. The swing arm is going up into the bike. That's what's raising the wheel, lowering the ride height of the motorcycle.
Alright, few changes to the 1997 Harley-Davidson Bad Boy. Let me run through what I've done to the bike. First of all, I set the stance by lowering the suspension front and rear. I did the Burley springs on the front spring to lower it. And I put the adjustable extended shock links in the back so I can get the suspension down low where I need it. I put the 18-inch wheel in the rear, 23 in the front, and that really sets the stance for the bike with the lowering kit. While I was lowering it, I installed the Boyd Cuttington mill aluminum swing arm, a real rare piece from the late 90s, early 2000s, the PM4 piston brake paddle. I removed 8 hangers, and put the low rise drag bars on it. While I was doing that, I put new cables on it because the cables had to be shorter. When I was installing the clutch cable, I put the rolling stance side clarity transmission side cover on it, and I changed the forward controls. I put the heated Avon grips in the handlebars. I rode it this morning. It was in the 50s. It was nice to have. I was able to ride really light gloves, and the grips were nice and warm in the cold air. I'm going to make a few more minor cosmetic adjustments to the bike. The real big changes that are coming next is the 113 cubic inch S&S Evo engine. Replace the 80 cubic inch Harley-Davidson Evo engine in it now. And the Baker OD6 builder's kit 6-speed gear set that's going to go inside the Harley-Davidson 5-speed gearbox. So the Baker 6-speed gear set slides into the Harley-Davidson 5-speed box. It needs to be 6-speed overdrive, which you really need as soon as you add any performance upgrades to the 80-inch Evo, especially for the 113 S&S. Need that overdrive behind you. You just got winding the engine out. With the OD6, you can be on the highway 2,000 RPM and 6th gear going 85, 90 miles an hour, which is a really nice touch.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. There is a difference between putting on makeup and participating in downright wizardry, sorcery, if you will. There's a big difference. I'm telling y'all, this ain't, like, it ain't even fair. It's not fair. The drastic changed. This is like face off. It's like a whole nother face.
That shit is
A
crazy.
completely different face. I feel sorry for the brothers who have married women where they never saw their natural birth. You got to start taking these females to water parks. You know what I mean? You got to start taking people out on the water park. First date, SeaWorld. Yeah, we got to go and make sure that you get on the roller coaster that go into the water. We go into the pool, jacuzzi. You know what I'm saying? Like Teddy Pendergrass was trying to tell you back in the day. He was trying to give you hints and clues to let you know how you can discover who somebody really is. Teddy Pendergrass said, let's take a shower together. I'll wash your body and you can wash mine. Rub me down, rub it down. And hot oil, take all that makeup off. Teddy knew what he was talking about. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Y'all better take heed, because I'm telling you, there's some trickery going on, some sorcery.
There is no higher calling. Serving people on the streets.
And so what's on the headlight, next time, solid on the axle load. And this is all pushed back, and if it fell over on its side, it would be pushed that way, not back like that. So it definitely got laid down.
I mean, you can see how it's probably almost nearly hit. There's a big cracking right there now. That got bent. That's not normal.
It's a cool piece, babe. Be excited to see how this thing turns out when it's done. Right now we're just tinkering. So yeah, that's the latest and greatest to the Finelli garage. Now that Alex has taught me to ride, I've got my own Harley too, so it's gonna be fun to go out and ride with her. And she got rid of her chopper and now wants one again, so we got one. And for all you Harley peeps out there, I'm sure you'll enjoy this video. Stay tuned for this along with everything else that we got going on, like the Power Wagon, Duster, Roadrunner, aka shelf for my shit right now. Alright.
What's up, homies? Today I'm going to show you my 77 iron shop that I'm working on. It's in pieces right now, motor's out of the frame, but I'm going to show you what I've done so far and what I plan to do, I guess. Of course, I'll be making more videos along the way trying to build all the other little modifications that I might do. No way this is perfect, but it's going to work. I don't expect it to be show quality in the end. Like I said, it's going to work and it's going to be my job. So I'll show you too. So this is the 77 iron head roller. It's going in the chop frame. That's a CV carb that I'm eventually gonna run on it. I got it pretty cheap, so I decided that that's what's gonna go on it. I bought this from a dude. He said it was for dope. I'm not sure. I haven't opened it up yet. We're gonna find out. I'm gonna repaint these fins because I think he just took a spray can and just sprayed it. There's like buildup of black over the gray and whatnot. I'm gonna polish off these heads. I'm gonna polish the covers and not remove the chrome. We also just gotta clean up this entire motor. It's dirty as hell. I've also had to replace this starter, my last one. Checked out. Debating on running an oil cooler. I have this one, but I also have this other old school one that I got from a friend. It's an oil cooler, but you can put a drop-in filter in there. And that'd be good. I live in Texas. It'd be good for this bad heat we have here. And if I run a field style oil tank, I could drop a filter in there and not have to worry about the field style. Back over here, my bad guys. On the side of the motor. We got a bunch of chrome peeling here, so I said I might just rip it off and polish it. Of course, gonna replace cables, bought some new, or some new used pegs to throw in here. And again, we're gonna have to clean this up right now. Over here is the 77 frame hardtail. That's a B20 manufacturing hardtail that I got for cheap. I should have went with something a little more expensive, a little more quality built, like a bed sled or boom vintage or something. But I cheaped out and I paid the price. I thought it was going to come back to me straight. It actually came back to me a little sideways. So I had to chop it in half, slug it, and re-weld it where I needed it to be. You can tell by these shitty grinds, shitty welds here. Like I said, I slugged it. Voodoo vintage fabricated hardtail kit for the 77 from TC Brothers. We got a sprayer 10 over front end. They made them between 68 and 72. Cop that on Craigslist for about $350. The frame was chopped in the neck along the backbone, not just for the hardtail, but for what looks like a drop frame. About a 40-degree rate change in the neck. Maybe, well, I don't know. Seems like 8 inches or so added to the down tubes. I finished the upper mount here. Finished the extension on the transmission mount there. I'm going to end up with the voltage regulator right here. Chopped up the old battery box, rewelded it in there. Well, kind of refabricated it, at least it's there. Yeah. So stay tuned if you want to see more.
Your journey won't be easy. For you.
simple caterpillar into a dead caterpillar. So let's get into it with another exciting installment of Trade Wars. I remember when Donald Trump was reelected, Wall Street was thrilled, excited about deregulation, tax cuts, and the fact that you could once again call people sugar tits.
One top banker told the paper that he feels liberated because now he can use offensive slurs like the R word and the P word without fear of getting canceled at work.
The R word and the P word? Well, I can tell you today that that top banker is definitely using both of those words. Perhaps even adding motherfucker right now.
The market meltdown for the third straight day. Global markets are sinking.
Markets across Asia, Europe, and Australia plunging.
At one point this morning, the Dow sinking almost 1,600 points.
The markets lost more than $6.5 trillion in value.
This is an economic Armageddon.
Where's a Hawaiian shirt to an economic Armageddon? What are we doing here? They pull you in from the pool? Be the Financial Channel's Rodney Dangerfield or something? I told my wife about the stock plunge. She said, "Oh, I thought you guys would never go down there." Haven't done that one in a while. This turmoil could have lasting effects on the global economy, on everyday Americans, and most worryingly, the stock portfolios of members of Congress. Mr. President, now is the time to soothe a worried nation.
Donald Trump put this out on social media. Don't be weak, don't be stupid, don't be a panicant, which he has termed a new party based on weak and stupid people.
The genius who gave us classics like Sleepy Joe and Crooked Hillary just shit out "You're a Panic-Cat"? How about hysterocrats? Repussicans? How about cryintologists? Did the overseas factory you had been sourcing your nicknames from get shut down during the terror report? So we're going to try this again, Mr. President. Can you ease the fears of this nation like a true leader?
President Trump holding firm, posting on Truth Social, only the weak will fail.
What are you doing? Your economic policy has the same tagline as season 3 of Squid Game? That's supposed to make us feel better? Only the weak shall die in my economy. By the way, in case you didn't get the point, that he doesn't give a f***. He spent the weekend showing, not telling. He played not a round of golf this weekend, a tournament of golf. A 3-day tournament. 812 holes of golf with his Live Golf Saudi benefactors. And in case you're wondering about the venerated journalists who are now allowed to be in the press pool, this was literally the first question he was asked on Air Force One in the middle of a financial meltdown.
How was the golf tournament?
Very good. Because I won. It's good to win. You heard I won. Did you hear I won?
Because I won. You heard I won. You heard I won. I won. You heard I won. I won. Mom, I won.
Marco. I know the stock market is not the totality of the economy, but if I remember correctly, in the run-up to the election, Trump seemed very concerned about the stock market.
If Harris wins this election, the result will be a Kamala economic crash, a 1929-style depression.
And anything she can do, I can do better. I can do it on my own. I want Mom. Hey, Mom. Hey, Mom, look. Hey, Mom, look. No economy. Please love me. And it didn't have to happen like this. Trump had so many options to shape the world economy into the one he thought was fairer. He could have proposed some incentives to bring back manufacturing. He could have gone sector to sector, nation to nation, negotiate better trade reciprocal agreements. But he had to go full Teresa.
Why is filing your taxes with Free Tax USA different? Well, for starters, our premium...
Now to be fair. To be fair to the Trump administration, they did give it almost 2 months and no effort before they asked ChatGPT what it thought they should do. But for those of us who've been tricked into believing that an economic crisis is a crisis, Trump's people have an answer.
Don't panic. Calm down. Everything's gonna be okay.
I would not worry at all. The Dow's actually in the same place it was in August.
Do me a favor, don't look at your stock portfolio.
You know what? I don't really care about my 401k.
Live, laugh, love. That's what I always say. You know what I say, don't you? It's 401k somewhere. And when did the right become so chill? Aren't you the Bud Lights turning my kids trans, folks? But economic meltdown and you're getting all philosophical?
Losing money costs you nothing. This is just the reality of life. You're getting, like, were you young and dumb? How much money did you lose? Everyone loses money. Everyone loses money. It costs you nothing.
Except money. Losing money costs you money. It's the definition of losing money. And I know you go, well, it's going to be worth it to get the character of the country that we want back again. But we have no f***ing idea if that's actually what's going to happen. You're all acting like the tariff regime is a tried and true remedy. Oh, of course, this is the medicine that's always prescribed. Except the last time it was tried 100 years ago, we had a Great Depression. So how does this work?
It's just a big game of economic operation as he's sticking things in, trying to take out tariffs.
It's like, you know, when you're my age, you got to get a colonoscopy. You need a full colonic, like, to feel better. You know what I mean?
Right poison can kill somebody in the wrong dosages, but in the right dosages, that can be very healthy for the patient.
So everyone relax. This is merely a routine dosage of rat poison. Oh, if you get enough of it, hey, your headache will be gone. And by the way, I mean, this is slightly off topic, but the colonoscopy guy, his name is John Tobacco. That's a witness protection thing. Wait, here's how it's gonna go. Your new name is John Tobacco. Say it back to me, John Tobacco. Your name is John Tobacco. Say it back to me, John Tobacco. Your new profession is you do anus metaphors on Newsmax. Your name is John Tobacco. You do anus metaphors. Say it back. If Trump wants us to stay the course with his radical plan, you might want to think of a strategy that inspires our confidence. that you all know what you're doing. Like for instance, these tariffs. Is this a negotiation?
The president made it clear yesterday this is not a negotiation.
Let me make this very clear. This is not a negotiation. This is not that. This is a national emergency.
Okay, it's a national emergency. It's not a negotiation. Well, I don't agree, but at least I have some clarity now.
The tariffs give us great power to negotiate. Always have.
Too much rat poison. So is this a negotiation or is this permanent?
They can both be true. There can be permanent tariffs and there can also be negotiations.
How much White Lotus did you people watch? What is permanence in this negotiated life we live? Have a pina colada. Forget about if they're permanent or not permanent. What are we doing? How will this bring jobs back? What are these jobs? Commerce Secretary Lutnick.
Trillions of dollars of factories are going to be built in America. The army of millions and millions of human beings screwing in little screws to make iPhones. That kind of thing is going to come to America.
This is also that millions of Americans can develop the dexterity. I can't even get the lint out of the charging area on my phone. Now I gotta do those are the jobs?
That kind of thing is going to come to America. It's going to be automated, and great Americans, the trade craft of America, is going to fix them.
Mechanics, fixing robotics. That's what's coming to America. So it's not the screws. We're going to be robot mechanics. The robots do the screwing, and we're just there to make sure the robots are lubed. And ready to screw. That is the American Renaissance. We are robot fluffers. We are waiting. This is all. So if I'm an American manufacturer, how long do these onerous tariffs have to stay in place to convince me to build my army of automated screw and robot mechanics?
They are definitely going to stay in place for days and weeks.
John Stewart for Popular Robot Mechanics. I've never built a fully automated robot factory before, but these days and weeks, enough time. Or too much time. Feels like it would take a month. Well, I guess that's silver lining number one of this trade war. Want something even more underwhelming? Here's the Treasury Secretary on if we've heard the good news on the stock collapse.
One thing that I can tell you as the Treasury Secretary, what I've been very impressed with is the market infrastructure, that we had record volume on Friday, and everything is working very smoothly, so the American people, they can be very, take great comfort in that.
Blink twice if you want to be saved. I was very impressed that in a market crash, the building is still standing. You know, the captain of the... I was very impressed by the way that the Titanic just slid into the water. Almost like it was taking a bath. Just dipping a toe. Those drowning should take great comfort in the lack of backsplash. But their best argument so far for any of this is the same one that we got about Tinkerbell. being able to fly. You have to believe.
It's good to get some fresh air.
Fresh air?
Hi, guys. Bill, you look great. Now that I have Inspire, I'm free from struggling with the mask and the hub.
Don't panic, okay? You've got a president who understands business.
I am grateful for a commander-in-chief that has the business acumen.
Luckily, we have a businessman in the White House right now. The president did write the book, The Art of the Deal.
Trump is a master negotiator, and he does know the art of the deal.
We're supposed to trust this guy because he wrote The Art of the Deal. You ever say, I got the book, Art of the Deal? Yeah, that's why we're supposed to trust him. You ever look at chapter 9 in Art of the Deal? It's about how smart Trump is about his casino in Atlantic City. Oh, yeah, chapter 9. I built a casino in Atlantic City. I'm a business genius. Whatever happened to the casino, Donald? Trust me. Look, you make a big announcement, but your reciprocal tariff formula was just the trade deficit divided by imports equation. And when you got busted on that, you threw out this ridiculous calculus problem that's just shapes. It boils down to the trade deficit divided by imports, which is the formula that got the rich country of Lesotho hit with 50% tariffs. Lesotho. No, your free ride's over, you denim-making fat cats. But we continue to blame everybody else in the world that we designed and policed after World War II. We're the richest country in the world. Ever. We're not the world's victims. If we have inequalities in this country, that's on us. It's not a supply problem. It's not unfair trade for the most part. It's an investment and distribution problem. It's our fucking fault. And I'm not saying we can't make adjustments and renegotiate things, but it didn't have to be this reckless. You killed the hostage. And then when? So, ransom?
Some of the biggest stock market declines since the Great Depression.
The worst 3 consecutive sessions since 1987.
Even worse than it was during the 2008 financial crisis.
Their worst day since June 2020 during the COVID pandemic.
Financial destruction not seen since the pandemic. And this time, there's no controversy over how it all started. There's no wet market. You, Trump, released the contagion. It's your lab leak. And it's right out in the open. This is like if the researchers at the Wuhan Institute of Virology walked out to the Great Lawn with a Tupperware and went, "We have an exciting announcement."
Wait, so what happened on this bike?
I was coming back from the bar, unfortunately, but it was a back road, and I was swinging out around the turn, and a deer came out of nowhere, and I managed to get on the other side of him, and smacked my leg, leg off. That's the trouble, but straight out.
Damn.
Yeah. Stayed up, so that's all that matters.
That's crazy, man. Oh yeah, for sure. Tell me a little bit about this bike, though. What kind of frame is this? Build it?
So it's a stock front hand that I originally even sure what hardtail it is. I bought it before I even bought the bike. And this is like the second phase of it. You used to have that.
Oh, I will. Come check on me from time to time. Make sure I'm doing all right.
Yeah. It was sketchy at that point, but it was fun to ride. I actually ripped it apart and just started just tightening everything up. And then I won this thing on a raffle.
No way.
Yeah, so I
Whose raffle was it?
Vintage White Line. They're on Instagram. I forget the guy's names that actually running it. When I took it all apart to tighten everything up, I just started looking at everything. It's like, why not just go after it again and get it all?
Yeah.
Clean it up a lot more. It was in pretty rough shape.
Yeah.
But, I'm working on Ironhead too.
Dude, I wish I could say the same.
Yeah, I mean they're fun little rippers, but I mean when I came in at Halloween hardtail, we did 55 mile per hour.
Yeah. Oh, I know, man.
So I actually ended up painting a frame and match as best as I could.
You painted the frame yourself?
Yeah.
That's what's up.
So I did some above that, nothing too crazy. I don't like this too out there.
Yeah, for sure.
My favorite parts was my buddy actually helped me out with this idea. I was showing him these little lights that I had here, and I was sticking them in like sockets and stuff, trying to like get an idea for it. And he pulled out one of the push rod tubes I had showing, and I was like, "Damn, that works out perfect." And I welded it and then molded it in.
Damn, that's wicked.
Yeah, I like this. This is probably my favorite part of the bike.
What's up, man? Tell me a little bit about these fork stoppers, these forkators, or whatever the hell these things are.
Oh, okay. The springs?
Yeah, the springs.
So it's just basically just for like looks. I do still have springs internally. I just cut them down and lowered it a little bit.
Yeah.
It's just now it turned out to be like super stiff, which I'm fine. I mean, sometimes it's rough. It's pretty wicked. Good time.
For sure.
Yeah, I actually had no round Springer springs in it. I found these at I think Harrisburg Swap Meet.
Okay.
They're flat, so it turned out pretty well. I shaved some levers myself. These ones were shaved down by, I think, I forget his name right now. I can figure it out for you though. But when I was putting the seals in the ones that I shaved down, it went a little too low, blew it out.
Oh man.
And then I was running out of time, trying to get some riding time in, so I had to take care of the shaving. I don't have a lane, so I had to go with my buddies to do it. He helped me out with it.
Dave Digger. Shout out to Dave. The fucking man.
I think it's too.
It is.
Picked the mother up last week. Hopefully the runner. She looks good inside from what I can see. $550.
No way.
Yeah. My buddy actually picked two up from some guy. Realtor that drops this when we do Evo choppers. So I found a deal. We got a one for like $1,300 for both of them. I was like, that's a damn good deal like that. They're shot at $1,000. Took it for $1,100 for both of them.
Nice. What frame is that?
Dude, I'm not sure. I got this roller a while ago. It came with the training and it had weird suspension on it, but I want to say Santi or whatever.
Yeah, kind of look at Santi,
whatever. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm not too sure. I want to do the complete opposite of what it looks like now. I'm thinking about de-raking it actually, and like taking it back farther than normal. I kind of like this tight setup place.
Damn, that's wicked. Phew.
Nothing. Just get in the car. Let's go. Come on.
Who did that?
Get in. Right now.
Painted or something? Hi, Mr. Cody.
Hey, buenos dias, amigos. It's that time, it's that moment where I was talking about on the last video, the last couple of videos, we're going to attempt to ride this old antique piece of machinery all the way down to Florida. And check this out, got Jason with me. He's riding his 2003 Dyna Superbike, isn't that right? That's right. And see what the funny thing is, the most ridiculous thing is that the two of us, we have absolutely something way better. We could be riding on a 1,200-mile run, but we purposely chose the most rickety, rackety POS in our repertoire to go all the way down to Tampa and back. And, you know, if for some odd reason we're either crazy or we just feel comfortable with it, or we just ain't got no sense, or we got a death wish, or actually, hopefully not. Anyway, what do you think?
No sense.
No sense. That's what it is. So anyway, got this thing all packed up the best I can without me yammering my hammer any long. We'll see you guys on the road, all right? And here we are, starting off, traipsing through the woods, through these little two-lane narrow roads in the forest of, I don't know where the heck we're at. But I know we're going the right way because we keep going that way, and then we take a left, and then a right, and another left, and you keep going straight, and another way. You guys get it. So here we are on the most unpractical motorcycle, but not for the sake of riding on an unpractical motorcycle, but for the sake of, I just like riding this motorcycle. And I really want to ride this motorcycle on a trip. And I'm really not looking for trouble. I just want to ride this bike. There's only one way for me to find out if this bike or a bike like this can do a trip like this. You know, I can hear all the hearsay and all the testimonials, you know, good or bad. But the only one way for me to find out is to do it. And so now we're doing it. Doing it on this old 76 that I've pieced together over the last few years. And then Jason on his old 2003 Dyna Superglide, which has well over 100,000 miles on it. You know, never been into the engine, he's never been into the transmission, still running on the same clutches. So here we are, we have something better to ride. We're taking the most unpractical POS that we can possibly ride and taking on a kamikaze road trip to the ends of the earth. Okay, out of the woods, on a much more open road, and the bike's still doing good even though we're only 55 miles into it. But we're not too far from the state line. We're about to be in Alabama, which is another accomplishment for this bike. I mean, just crossing the state line. It's one thing going into Louisiana like the last video, or 2 videos ago, but going into another state, another check off the list for this motorcycle. Oh look, and there's a state sign, Alabama state line. Woohoo! Now we're in Alabama. Who cares, right? But we're doing it. Shoot. Where the heck are we? We're somewhere downtown Mobile. Actually, I'm pretty sure if we go that way, or this way, we'll get to the road we want to be on. I think I see 90 down there. Oh, that's 90 right there. Okay. Government Street, that's where we want to be. Now I know where we're at. Hey, man. Hey, we want to go that way. Onward towards the heart of Mobile. Actually, we're in the heart of Mobile. Anyway, here we go. One of my favorite places to be on a motorcycle. The tunnel of Highway 90 in Mobile, Alabama. I mean, I-10 has one, but this one's better, I like. Even though there's somebody in front of me, we got a chaperone. But here we go. See what the Ironhead sounds like in the Mobile tunnel. Freaking awesome. what I was just saying. I never thought I would actually get to hear what this motor sounds like in this tunnel. I mean, much less ever thought I'd be in this tunnel on this motorcycle. Oh my goodness, this is just freaking awesome. Even if I do have a chaperone and he's all up in the way, maybe it's for my own good, you know, providentially speaking, going from civilization to not so much civilization. Okay, where is, okay, that is 9, okay, this is where we want to be. And out here on the other side of Mobile, Alabama, on the causeway, crossing the Mobile Bay. Man, this is too freaking cool. On this bike, here we go. Another monumental moment. Oh man, and look, check it out, it's the USS Alabama. I'm looking at it on this bike. Another sight I never thought I'd see from on this motorcycle is the USS Alabama battleship. Man, this is too freaking cool. I mean, why am I surprised? I don't know, maybe because I don't believe in myself too much, but here we are. I mean, think about it. If you go to the Smithsonian and you look at the actual space capsule that the astronauts went to the moon in, and you stick your head in that thing and look at all the little primitive toggle switches and little lights and things of the time, and say, those guys went to the moon in that? I mean, shoot, if we can go to the moon in a piece of crap like that, why not go to Tampa and see all kinds of stuff like this on an Ironhead Sportster, right? For as long as it'll hold up. Even if this thing takes a dump on this trip, at least I did it, right?
I treated myself to a Wild Alaskan Company membership, and my only regret is that I didn't do this sooner. Every month, I get a box of high-quality, wild...
Even if this thing takes a dump on this trip, at least I did it, right? We're still in Alabama, so we gotta be somewhere near the state of Florida. Oh, look, a bridge. That's usually indicative of a state line. What body of water is this? Then again, the asphalt doesn't look any different, so I guess we're still in Alabama. Where the heck is Florida at, man? Oh, wait. There's another bridge up there. Yeah, I guess I am still in Alabama. Silly me. Okay. There we go. Florida state line. It's Champion County. We're here. Here we are on an Ironhead Sportster. And we made it to the state of Florida. We're really doing it now. We are committed. Okay, I haven't told Jason this, but we're cheating. It took us long enough to go 134 miles. We're bypassing Pensacola. We're getting on a highway. I just feel like covering more ground than anticipated. I figure like even at 60, don't go over it, don't go under it. It should be okay. After all, I think the speed limit in Pensacola on the interstate is 55, 60 anyway. So we might be all right. Anyway, here we are, I-10, and we're bypassing Pensacola, like I just said. Hey, I wonder if Jason might be interested in going to the Harley show. That might be a good idea. Being that he's leaking transmission fluid, and it is Tuesday, so the Harley shop should be open. Maybe we ought to do that. Okay, maybe this wasn't a good idea. Now we're in a traffic jam on the freeway, and this is the last thing a motor like this wants to be in a cast iron engine. And it's getting warmer. Provided if there's no law enforcement up ahead, it may end up getting there on the shoulder. I don't know. Northern Florida cops are not shy about making you behave, but I mean, I really don't want to burn my engine up. As long as it just keeps on moving. Whoops, there we go. It popped on me. There we go. Okay, the sign says crash up ahead. So if there's a crash, there's cops. So I don't want to push my luck too much with this. Okay, it's good to be out of that traffic. Now for the early show. Here's the dealership. Now, what the hell often an Ironhead Sportster pops up in this place, you know? Why don't they let us park right here? I think I can get that idle down a little bit. I think it's idle a little high, almost 1,500 RPM. Okay, there we go. That sounds better.
You're in the area where they got it.
Okay, we found the source of Jason's leak. In case I haven't told you, see that big old mess right there? The sucker is leaking through his cable. So obviously, I was thinking, hey, this thing can't breathe, man. So we found the tube, and right up here is a breather tube. It's got a dirt dauber up in that sucker. So, of all the bikes you think would give us crap first, it would be the twin cam, not an Ironhead. Anyway, we're going to get that taken care of, get him some oil, and we'll figure this out as we go along. So maybe it'll be my turn next time. Who knows, you know what I mean? Well, it looks like we fixed Jason's bike. No more transmission leak. It's amazing what just a little bit of a dirt dumping now can do to your breathing system. But anyway, Jason's relieved, right?
What a bit.
What are you trying to say? Okay. Yeah, we fixed it. Now it's my turn to. I hope not. Better him than me. Actually, not better him than me because that affects both of us, right? We're together. So anyway, and we're gonna cheat some more and get on I-10 and try to cover more ground a little quicker today. I mean, we're not gonna get to Tampa today. We probably won't even get there tomorrow, but who knows? It's after lunch. It's probably 1 o'clock, I believe, somewhere around that. Anyway, we're gonna get going. And man, it was pretty funny. The guys at the Harley shop. We didn't put that on camera, but the guys at the Harley shop, they was mesmerized by this thing right here. They never seen an old bike like that, I guess.
Did they ask, are you here for service?
Yeah, they asked me if I was here for service. I said, no, you guys won't even touch my motorcycle. That was the funniest stuff right there. I mean, if Jason's bike is definitely too old to be working on at the dealership, you know this sucker, they ain't gonna touch that with their 10-foot pole. You know what I mean?
Like knock it over.
Yeah, they'll probably knock it over. Yeah, really. But anyhow, we already installed it. We're gonna get on the road now.
chair, a phone, and 7 minutes a day, you can get toned before May 1st. How does it work? On Monday.
Pasties, he goes, we have made it to Perry, Florida, and it's pretty chilly out today. But we're not going to think about that because this is part of it, right? And look, we ran into Carson, as I was saying earlier, right? You saw him. And look, he brought a tent. We found his campground, and he brought a tent, right? And he checked this tent out. I mean, it's pretty freaking cool. It's even got a pretty hefty door, and it's got 3 beds in it, right? And a ceiling and a freaking bathroom. Man, this is one heck of a way to camp. Check this old 1940 style doorknob, the lock. It's an antique tent, right? So anyway, we're up. We're roughly around 200 miles away from where we want to be. We're not going to beat feet, probably not like we did yesterday, where we did 420 miles. No, 412 miles, I'm sorry. Well, what's the difference by now? But yeah, 412 miles on those machines out there. And Carson's going to go take a dump.
He's going to take a shower.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll see you guys later. People have been coming up next to us, slowing down and giving us the thumbs up because they're just digging what we're doing. I mean, I guess I don't blame them. I mean, look, you know, you see Jason over there? Oh, I'm digging it. So anyway, we had stopped here and just trying to figure out what to do. And finally, this thing's acting like an iPad. Check this out. I've got a little oil leak over here. Yeah, see that? I'm guessing it looks like it's coming from my lifter block or maybe this thing. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe I'll put a wrench on it and figure it out. But I do know that this has no gasket on it, so maybe that's it. I don't know. I'll take some wrenches to it. Alright, let's see here. Nope, that's tight. These guys, that feels pretty good. And, well, that's that. Well, I guess it is what it is. It's one of these. Even though I didn't really take it over 3,500 RPM, except maybe go around somebody or something like that. But it seems to be doing okay. You know, it's the nature of the beast where it's spilling grease all over the thing, but I'm guessing that's from the chain, because that is a new chain right there. So, everything else seems to be still holding on. Anyway, we'll see what happens next. Okay, back on the road. Just had breakfast, and this bike here, I don't know if it's cold weather or whatever, because it stayed outside here in the cold last night. It's used to being in a climate controlled building every day of the year. And usually, well, I'll tell you what it was. This morning, it didn't want to start. Imagine that. Ironhead don't want to start. Of course, it's been outside. I'm guessing the oil was cold. Something, I don't know. But I didn't got it on film, but I ended up tripping this thing several times, so it finally woke up. Okay, so it ran. And then we went to the McDonald's and we got something to eat. And we hung around, drank coffee, all that kind of stuff. And then went to leave and then didn't want to start again. This time I was using the electric start. And I don't know, maybe I flooded it or something, I'm not sure. Then again, you know, this is my first and only, probably my only road trip. I hope it's not my first, but nevertheless, maybe this is how it is. You know, when you run all day and you let it set all night in the weather. Or maybe I got something that's going awry. Then again, I got something that's going awry, I think, like a condenser or foil or whatever. It probably wouldn't be running at all. But who knows? But it's still running pretty good. Cruising down 98 right now, 60 miles an hour, 3,500 RPM. Still sounds like a happy motorcycle. So, here we are. Full speed ahead on the Tampa for 420 See what I said in the last video. If Plan A crashes, you just pick up the pieces and go with it. Well, this is, here it comes. I'm trying to pick up the pieces. Thank God it didn't happen coming down 98 in the middle of nowhere.
Well, I'm just happy that another piece of Harley Davidson is getting out of my garage so I can get back on this drive.
Yeah, now Queen's can justifiably talk crap about a Harley. I mean, I let him get away with it because, you know, I'm merciful. I know that Triumphs are just equal pieces of crap too. So I just let him keep believing this little thing, and just all things are vanity as they are. But I don't talk crap about crap.
Hey, this Triumph guy's fixing your Harley, so you can't talk crap, alright?
Yeah, I can't talk crap about Triumphs while Triumph kicked the rescue of the Iron Head. And the hard head too. Same what he said about the Plan B. Okay, you guys see this? Ain't that something? Yeah, the sprocket's moving, the wheel ain't.
On the other side.
Come over here, look at that. Get the whole drum busted off the wheel. So all the way around. They're so benevolent to donate this thing right here. Which he says it's for a Harley wheel. It looks like a Sportster scenario, so not a shovel or a panhandle.
You already got that one on.
Yeah, you're right. The teeth are pretty good.
Like that front.
Oh man, man, we're not dampening your plans, are we?
Well, I'm not sure what time my wife is going to go for a doctor. Nap with her. Get a hammer, right?
Yeah, I said that's the boss. Oh, holy.
Davidson quality right there. YouTube should be getting
Alright, apparently it looks, you know, it's got like a perfect cut all the way around on the lathe. So, take the drum and put it on the assembly. Right there. There's a witness mark right there. Where that brake shoe, metal piece, whatever it was, it's touching here. It kind of looks like it was touching here too. It's the perfect spot for it, so. And right there. And one right here, so I guess we're going to grind that off. What do you think?
Grind it off. What you doing there, buddy?
I'm fixing my motorcycle here at Williams Motor Co. Garage. You know? I'm going to replace the picture old POS Harley Davidson and then in the greatest Triumph shop in the whole world. I have to say that because I'm a his person too. You both know the Triumphs are just as much POS as the most.
That's right. That's
Old
right.
Triumphs. Well, that's why we love our old machines, right?
That's right. That's right. We just got to keep them on the road. And you got yours about to go back on the road too, so I'm pretty stoked for you, bro.
Thanks a lot, Wayne. So look, what are the odds of that, right? Guy riding an old POS rare antique piece of equipment, 600 miles long, stuff great. Come into contact with a Triumph guy who has some Harley stuff I'm trying to get rid of and attempt to do what I need. But anyway, if any of you are in need and you're riding a piece of crap bike like mine, and you break down the jam area, call Wayne's Motor Co. He'll come get you.
That's what we'll do.
But if not, at least subscribe.
That's what we'll do.
But if not, at least subscribe to his channel, which is the link is down below. I'm sure some of you already know who he is. But if you don't,
G'day guys, Tom here in the Purpose-Built Moto Garage with yet another build rundown. This time we're going to be walking you through the mods that we've done on this 1972 Ironhead Sportster. Never really messed with anything like this before, so needless to say it was a lot of fun, but it wasn't without its challenges. This thing came to us from the local filmmaker Tyson as an absolute wreck. We had had to do a lot of work to get this thing back on the road, so let's dive in and I'll show you what we did. We'll start with the funnest bits first. The King and Queen seat, sissy bar, was something I was really looking forward to fabricating. Definitely nothing like that could ever come out of this shop before. First up, we had to repair these struts and chop the rear fender, sort of tuck it up a bit better and remount it all. That'll be the base to build from. Then we set up this World War II bayonet in the sissy bar. It came as a kit, I guess, that the owner brought into us. What we ended up having to do though was sort of weld this up and get it in place and then re-chrome. We wanted to look a bit nicer than just the raw old steel that came with it. With that, we had to strip the handle out from it as well. So the old timber came out, ended up getting a bit of nice Tasmanian burl that I hand shaped and sort of laid in there, glued it all back in, then made up a few little brass pins to hold it in place, and then waxed that up so it looks really nice and tidy. Timber grain has a really, really good depth to it as well. On the back here, still, the King and Queen seat, I wanted to work on something that was a little bit different in terms of the brake lights. So what we've done is put the brake lights in the seat pan. So when Jameson was upholstering this, we fabricated the aluminium seat pan underneath, laid the foam on it, and then cut these two LED lights in. These are made from our 3-in-1 hollow tip indicators. Because this thing is pre-74, we don't run indicators on it, so we could just get away with the brake light, and that was it. When it came to the upholstery, we worked with Jamison and Timeless Auto Trim to figure out a nice design and ended up getting a set of polished buttons for it and tarnishing them a bit, just so it matched in with a lot of the other metal finishes on the bike. In terms of the engine and gearbox on this thing, I sent it down to Dan from Dan's workshop. Dan's a really good mechanic here locally on the Gold Coast and knows his old Harleys inside and out. So I fully went through this thing, checked it all over, put a new clutch in it. There was a bit of a drama. The old exhaust used to foul the Kickstarter spring, and the previous owner had chopped the spring and it was sort of messing up with the mesh gears on the other side to get the Kickstarter in, and stripped all that out. So there's a few bits and pieces that need to be replaced there. And then we swapped the old carburetor out for an S&S Super here as well. All these little things we wanted to make sure we did for Tyson so he had a nice reliable bike. This is his first vintage Harley, so we just sort of wanted to strip away some of those pain points that can often let you down on these old things. So when we got the Sporty, it had the same tank as what's on it now. It's just in a really bad state of repair. Along the bottom here, it was all rusted out and had been epoxied up. So we took a good look at it. It wasn't really worth the time to try and fix it. So we just got another one. Cam from Hypnic Jerk Custom sorted me out and had one of these sitting around. We welded a new filler cap in it. I put the petcock thread there, so once you get it mounted on the frame and it's popped up with that angle, you still get your full tank of fuel. Once the fab work was done on the tank and fender, we sent it down to Mitch Bailey. He did an awesome job of doing a brand spanking new paint job that looks like it's about 50 years old. So really happy with the way that turned out as well. So the wheels on this thing have been rebuilt before it was brought to us. The hub was stripped out, Cerakoted, refurbished new bearings, and then laced up with a set of alloy rims as well. These front ends as they come are really, really agricultural. So once we got the chrome work finished, Charlie Costanza, suspension guy that we work with, helped us out. We actually got custom top out springs made, custom damping bushings put in there. So it actually works like a lot later model front end now. It actually handles quite good. A part of that was also putting these bracings in. So I built a custom fork brace on the bottom here, and we had this re-chrome as well. Justin gave me that. It's a new shop, just happened to fit, so that's front end into line. When we first got it in the shop, I went to pull this thing and get it up on a bench, and I turned the handlebars, and the wheel and axle just turned so much that it popped out and fell apart. That was sort of the starting point where I knew that I had to do something about how this thing handled. So once we got all that sorted, I'm really happy with it now. I'm taking it for a few test rides, and it handles sort of surprisingly well with same bars. And with the angle of the forks, and it's sort of like where seating position was on top of that fender there with the king and queen, they were pushing straight back. So as you sat on the bike, you're really crowded in the riding position. And if you tried to steer the bike, you're sort of steering into your chest. So what we decided to do was use a set of dog bone risers that give you a lot of adjustability. These things normally aren't meant for these front ends, so what we had to make was a custom bracing gear that the dog bone's mounted on, which also gave us the opportunity to get that bit of rise back up, so your handlebars are still nice and high, which Tyson wanted, and then the dog bone's fitted on there to give you that nice bit of adjustability. The 1-inch handlebars, we actually refurbished this clutch lever here. We had to get a new brake lever, set all that up, and then I've just done a custom front brake switch here, so the brake lights will actually operate. There's no real allowance for that to happen there. Wired it all in, trying to keep it as minimal as possible. I feel like that's something that's pretty important on these things, but there's so much you can get away with. Fabricating the stainless steel exhaust system, it's straight through with a nice kick up on the back. It's sort of a bit wild and garish, but I think it works really, really well, so I'm super happy with that. And you'll hear it when I start it up in a second. The thing sounds really, really nice. Where your favourite YouTuber is going to ask you to subscribe to their Patreon. Luckily for you, we're not YouTubers, we're bike builders and parts makers. So if you like the content we create and the bikes we build, or you hate both of those things and just want to grab some gear for your next project, make sure you show your support, jump on our online store and give your bike that purpose-built moto touch. Thanks for watching, we'll see you next.
This is Team Beauty, and the strength of a team is in each individual member. DJ Speedak and be given.
turbocharged all-wheel drive sedan that wouldn't break the bank. The concept received rave reviews, and fans eagerly awaited the production version. The car was officially released in 2006, but it took longer than expected due to delays in production. The final product, though, totally worth it. Depending on where you live, you might have seen it under different names. Mazda Speed 6 in North America, Mazda 6 MPS in Europe, Australia, and South Africa, and Mazda Speed Atenza in Japan. But no matter what badge it wore, one thing was certain. It was a serious performance machine. At the heart of the Mazda Speed 6 was a 2.3-liter MCR turbocharged inline-four engine. Now, this wasn't just any turbo 4, it was direct injected, giving it better fuel atomization and efficiency. Mazda squeezed out some impressive numbers for the time. In North America, it produced 274 horsepower, and later revised to 270 horsepower in 2007. And in most international markets, it made 268 horsepower. In Europe, however, the output was only 256 horsepower due to stricter emissions regulations. The torque came in at a healthy 280 foot-pounds across all markets. That torque figure, that's what really made the Mazda Speed 6 a sleeper hit. Power came in hard and fast, giving it a strong mid-range punch that made overtaking effortless. The 0 to 60 mile per hour time hovered around 5.4 seconds, making it seriously quick for a four-door sedan in the mid-2000s. Power wasn't the only trick up its sleeve. Unlike most front-wheel drive-based sports sedans, Mazda went the extra mile and gave the Mazda Speed 6 a sophisticated all-wheel drive system. And this wasn't just some basic all-wheel drive setup, it featured active torque split technology, meaning it could shift power distribution dynamically. Under normal conditions, 100% of the power was sent to the front wheels. During hard acceleration or cornering, up to 50% of power was sent to the rear wheels. This meant no torque steer, better grip, and a level of stability that made it feel more planted than a typical front-wheel drive sports sedan. Mazda even threw in a rear limited slip differential, giving it an edge in handling and traction. Simply put, this thing handled like a dream. To make sure the Mazda Speed 6 wasn't just fast in a straight line, Mazda went all out on the chassis and suspension. It featured a stiffer chassis than the standard Mazda 6, upgraded suspension, firmer dampers and springs, and larger brakes for stopping power. The 18-inch alloy wheels came wrapped in two 15 tires. The result? A refined yet aggressive driving experience. It was comfortable enough for daily driving, but capable enough to carve up back roads. Unlike the WRX STI or Evo, which were raw and rally-bred, the Mazda Speed 6 offered a more grown-up experience. But don't let that fool you. This thing could still throw down when pushed. One of the coolest things about the Mazda Speed 6 was its understated styling. Mazda didn't go overboard with massive wings or flashy decals. It was a sleeper in the truest sense. But there were still some key giveaways. The raised hood accommodated the turbocharger, while the more aggressive front bumper, side skirts, and rear lip spoiler gave it a sportier look. Dual exhaust tips added a final touch of aggression. It had just the right amount of aggression without being over the top. Perfect for those who wanted a fast sedan without attracting too much attention. Inside, the Mazda Speed 6 struck a nice balance between sportiness and daily drivability. North America got two trims. The Sport trim, which had cloth seats and standard key entry, and the Grand Touring trim, which featured leather seats, keyless entry, and push-button start. Both trims came with features like automatic climate control, a Bose 7-speaker audio system with a subwoofer, and an optional navigation system. The sunroof was available as an option as well. For 2006, this was solid tech, and it made the Mazda Speed 6 feel more premium than some of its hardcore all-wheel drive turbocharged rivals. While it didn't have the outrageous interior features of luxury sedans, it made up for it by offering everything a performance-oriented driver needed. Great visibility, supportive seats, and a cockpit that felt just as in...
When my doctor gave me Breztri for my COPD, things changed for me. Breztri gave me...
felt just as engaging as the car's exterior. The interior was spacious, and the rear seats were even roomy enough for adults, making it suitable for daily family use. With all this performance and technology, you'd think the Mazda Speed 6 would have been a huge success, right? Well, not exactly. It was misunderstood. People expected an evolution, or STI, but this was more refined. It was expensive. At launch, it was more costly than a WRX, putting it in a weird price bracket. Mazda didn't market it aggressively enough, and the car came with only one transmission choice. No automatic option, which meant fewer buyers. The pricing was the main sticking point. At nearly $30,000 for the base model, the Mazda Speed 6 wasn't the cheapest performance sedan on the market. The WRX STI and Evolution offered more raw performance at a similar price, and enthusiasts who were looking for a no-compromise performance car weren't exactly drawn to the more polished Mazda Speed 6. Mazda didn't manage to market it as well as it could have, and its price, combined with the lack of an automatic transmission, made it a harder sell for the everyday buyer. Because of this, the Mazda Speed 6 was discontinued after just 2 years, making it a rare gem today. Despite its relatively low sales figures, the Mazda Speed 6 quickly became a favorite in the tuning community due to its impressive potential. Its 2.3-liter MZR engine offers a lot of room for modification, with many owners pushing the stock internals past 350 horsepower through basic bolt-ons and tuning. Common modifications include upgrading to a larger turbo, as the stock K04 turbo tends to max out quickly. Additionally, an upgrade to a high-pressure fuel pump is essential for maintaining reliability. Other popular mods include an intake, intercooler, and exhaust, which significantly enhance the car's power. ECU tuning is also vital to unlock the full potential of the engine. What makes the Mazda Speed 6 particularly appealing to the tuning community is its relatively simple yet effective platform. The engine is robust and the car's handling characteristics are already top-notch, so owners can focus on making power and enhancing performance without worrying about major weaknesses in the base setup. It's a car that can grow with the owner's ambitions, whether they're looking to keep it as a daily driver or transform it into a track-ready monster. In terms of reliability, the Mazda Speed 6 is solid if properly maintained. However, there are some key areas to watch out for. The high-pressure fuel pump is a known weak point, and the all-wheel drive system requires regular fluid changes to keep it functioning properly. Over time, the turbo seals can also fail. If you can find one that's been well taken care of, you're in for a rewarding experience. The Mazda Speed 6 is one of the most underrated performance sedans of its time. It boasts turbo power, a manual transmission, and all-wheel drive grip, all wrapped in a subtle yet aggressive styling. Additionally, it offers great tuning potential, making it an exciting option for car enthusiasts. If you can find one in good shape, it's one of the best performance bargains available today. It also holds a unique place in automotive history because it represented Mazda's ambition to compete with established performance brands while staying true to its own identity.
Are you sure your tax expert is right for you? Switch to TurboTax Full Service. You'll be matched with a TurboTax expert and get real-time updates on their progress, and you get your best outcome guaranteed. Switch to TurboTax Full Service.
I was so tired of my kids coming home knowing only MLK and Rosa Parks. Don't get me wrong, they're legends, but our history is...
A little disenfranchised black. A little where's my stimulus check black.
In the baddest.
I hope I don't get evicted on the 5th of the month, black.
She was also seen sending a black man out of her apartment after she claimed he didn't perform as expected during their intimate bedroom workout session.
Karen Dunlap, a popular social media influencer, left home last fall on a trip to Ohio, but she never returned home.
Shouldn't have been talking shit.
Hey guys, today we got a different kind of video on the channel. We have a woman that talked about black men in an unforgiving way, and she was found, right, murdered. And I'm guessing it was by black men, but guys, without further ado, let's get right into this video.
So sick of black pulling mixed bitches and treating them like they didn't win the lottery. Like, bitch, are you serious? Are you serious? I could have been a white guy right now, but I was your black. Your little struggling black. Your little disenfranchised black. Your little where's my stimulus check black. Mother chicken eating. Mother watermelon sucking. Kool-Aid drinking black. My barber is my king black. I didn't pay my child support black. like me are not pressure. And if you can't bag me, it's because I have better pressure.
One of her videos showed her talking about black men in a very poor light. She was also seen sending a black man out of her apartment after she claimed he didn't perform as expected during their intimate bedroom workout session. Unfortunately, she was found dead in an abandoned house in Cleveland, Ohio, a state far away from her Baltimore home. She was said to be chasing the reality show Baddies Midwest to different states for the hope of being auditioned.
So, one person will not be continuing on and joining us to the next city.
What could have caused her death? Who could have caused her death, and why is her family convinced that someone was out there to hurt her even when police said otherwise?
I will stake my life that the toxicology is going to come back that she did not have any hard drugs in her system.
Let's find out more about this story. Hello and welcome to Twisted Crimes. Subscribe and hit the like button for more stories.
I'm not a trophy wife. I'm not what you flaunt around, okay? As soon as you have me on your arm, the attention is completely away from you. So you gotta be like an A$AP Rocky type guy and just be content with your level of spotlight because baby, I am the star. I'm the star by myself. I'm the star with anyone that I date.
The star. She said that. Like she's Rihanna or something. I'm sorry, listen, lady, you're a no one, right? You're trying to make it to a reality show, and I feel sad for what happened. I mean, the girl's obviously drunk when she's talking crazy, I can tell. That was a hate-filled rage, a drunk hate-filled rage. She's just talking. You hear herself talking. She's drunk, she's mad. Black men dropped her to the curb. But she's one of those girls, look, she wants to be on the Baddies Midwest, right? She's chasing fame. She's getting with black men wanting fame. She's getting on social media wanting fame. And she'll do anything to get it. She'll insult anyone to get it. It's sad what happened to her. I feel bad.
I'm the star. And that's okay. That's okay. Because I out of background characters every day. Last night it was a movie. My titties are so big.
Karen Raina Dunlap, affectionately known as Raina or the Nude Queen, was born on May 7, 1994, to Kenneth E. Dunlap Jr. and Karen Walker. Raina grew up in Buttonsville, Maryland. She seemed like a young girl who had everything going well for her in life. She was an AP honor student throughout her school years, attending Greencastle Elementary School, Benjamin Banneker Middle School, and graduating with honors from Paint Branch High School. Things started going left for her after she dropped out of University of Maryland College Park. She decided to go into more sexual things.
A child's complaint of a monster under the bed leads to an arrest.
This all happened in Barton County, just outside of Great Bend on Monday. The one piece of information here is the Barton County Sheriff's Office says the man found hidden under the child's bed was not unfamiliar with the home located in the neighborhood.
The Barton County Sheriff's Office says the incident happened around 10:30 Monday night. The neighbors received a disturbance call to the 2000 block of Patton Road. That's where a woman babysitting says one of the children complained that there was a monster under the bed. When the woman attempted to show the child there was nothing under the bed, she came face to face with a man who was hiding there. Deputies say there was some sort of an altercation that left one child knocked over during the struggle. The suspect then ran away before deputies arrived. The next one.
Okay, this is very traumatic, and I don't want to sound like I want to look like a
That's way worse.
There's a monster in my bed. Don't you worry, kid. It's the monster.
Y'all are awful.
What the fuck? Is that correct, that voice?
You don't know that character from Family Guy?
No.
Hey, Chris, over there.
The old pervert?
I don't watch Family Guy.
Oh my god.
The suspect then ran away. 4 deputies arrived. The next morning, the suspect, identified as 27-year-old Martin Villalobos Jr., was found near the home and after a brief chase was taken into custody.
The sheriff also telling me that Villalobos had a protection order against him. He's being held on a $500,000 bond.
Horrific.
That's why
Horrific.
So the kid's like, there's a monster in my bed. She's like, no, there's not.
I'm in check, and you'll see.
And then she goes, ah! Bro, what is that moment like where you go to lean your head and you just, what you see is, that moment gotta be so weird, no? Have you ever checked under your bed?
Of course. Of course.
What age?
Young.
Oh.
6, 7, 8.
I've done it 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, but you live in the crackdown, so I can get it.
I'm just saying, man. You know, I get it. If I'm that kid, could I ever sleep underneath that bed again?
Oh, no, because I said there was monsters under my bed, and bitch, it was confirmed. Not only that, the monster knocked me over. Forever traumatized.
Give that baby to a raise. No lie. Because...
Oh yeah, she's not paid enough.
She's not paid enough. She fighting off intruders?
Predators.
Apparently the guy knew the home quite well. He'd already been there before. So... listen, if I'm that years, I think
There's no monster. There's no monster. She gasted me into it.
There's no monster.
There was a monster.
Yeah, what do you think that kid was hearing when she was trying to go to sleep? Okay, let's say the little girl. She's trying to go to sleep. What do you think she was hearing from underneath the bed where she knew there was a monster?
Some shit like that. You're asleep, little girl. Some shit like that. That's crazy.
So apparently the guy used to live there before, had some form of tenancy there, and so that's why he's familiar with the home itself. Hiding underneath the bed, man. You know what this makes me think of? Actually, there's a video I saw. Let's see if I can pull it up.
Yo, the kid is traumatized. The parents are traumatized. The parents are traumatized. They feel guilty.
How long was he just underneath the bed though? Like, there's so many questions I have about this guy being good on her for checking. A lot of people dismiss a lot of kids and what they say, what they feel. And, you know, this is one more reason to be like, sometimes kids are more perceptive and much more aware than you give them credit for.
God damn, bro. No.
Can we go in there?
No.
Make sure nobody in there. Hello? See? Oh, man. Very well.
That's the women's bathroom, right? Oh, yeah. That's the women's bathroom. A man in the women's bathroom. Why you gotta go in there with your kids? Let me make sure nobody else ain't there. Let me make sure.
Now imagine another woman walks in and just sees a man.
If my kids are girls and I'm a dude, we're going to the men's bathroom.
Taking a men's bathroom?
We're going to the men's bathroom.
I ain't mad at that.
We're going to the men's bathroom. I'm not going to step in the girls' bathroom. It's like it's...
I mean, either way, it's awkward, right? Because then she goes in there and some guy's just got his willy out.
Nobody has their willy out in that men's bathroom.
I mean, nobody who's normal. But maybe they see the kids and they're like, ooh, a little one.
But the probability is very small.
I think it's even smaller if you go to the women's bathroom. You say? Roger, you see?
I have no business being there. I have no business being there.
I think most women, if they saw you come with a little girl, would be like, it's fine. Okay, ladies, answer the question. There's a great chance. If you saw a father coming in with their, small daughter, and they were going into the women's bathroom, would you have an issue? I'm really curious. I could be wrong. It's a hypothetical situation. But yeah, the dad finds this guy, and you know what's wild too? It looks like this was like some kind of park or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I actually can understand why somebody might use the women's bathroom in this situation. Is that crazy?
What do you mean? With your daughter? As a man?
No, the other one who was in there with the headphones. Like, do you think he was in there for bad reasons?
I don't know.
I mean, it could be. I don't know.
There's a very big distinction between a man's bathroom and a woman's bathroom. It's like, if I go in the woman's bathroom, there's no urinals, I'm in the wrong spot.
Right.
Period.
Right.
If it's just stalls.
Okay. Here's what I'm talking about. Women's bathrooms normally have more stalls, right?
Yeah.
Men's have less.
Yes.
Men's take sometimes nastier shits.
Sure, but women are nastier.
My whole point being is, sometimes, especially if there's only one stall, you go to the men's bathroom, shit's full.
Because I think that women, like, when they really go to the bathroom,
they be hovering.
They don't hover. I think they pee like that. I don't even think they can sit down and hover. I'm clean back.
Why did she pee like Spider-Man?
Because that's what I would.
She was web slinging out her poop.
I just see the end result. I've cleaned bathrooms in clubs. Ladies, shit.
No.
I thought the man was fucked up. You got.
They are, but it ends up happening sometimes the ladies go to the club and the music's popping and he's like,
hi.
Why are you here?
Probably.
Yeah.
But I really think it's anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you.
Hey, man.
I think that's what it is. Because the ratification. No, fuck that shit. Let me speak my shit. Because you ladies always complain about a couple of droplets on the seat. Y'all degenerates are fucked. Oh my thing.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs.
Retired from the field work, Mama Bear.
I
got the summons in Jasper and saw this ruckus on the way back. What happened?
No idea. GBI will be here in a minute. Stick around if you like. She wasn't a client of yours, was she?
What? No. I'm overstepping, I know. I'll get out of your hair.
Well, I'm sending you out to Jasper at this hour. You think the courthouse will be open yet?
Well, I just like to keep busy. They have a mail drop. Anyway, I think he and Mary Ann might have something to do with it.
They're back together. That was fast.
Hope Springs Eternal.
You always do mail drops in your vest, Kitty?
It's okay.
I get it. Glory days, right? You know, we should do lunch sometime. You, her, and me. It'll be my treat. We can laugh about the little off skit. You remember that one?
I sure do. That sounds great.
Gotta run. But you be good here.
Be good.
Messing with here, but how?